Alright, hello. We are back, building the big turret. I did a little work off camera. Added these turbines, steam turbines, and a lot of valves with some batteries, so the whole thing is self-sustaining now. You won't need to, I guess I won't need to, have the, place, I won't have to dedicate, like, half the Citadel this time to just turbines. Which will be real convenient, because then I have more room for, I don't know, lambs, I guess. Something like that. But, yep. Thinking maybe we will do the turret cap today during the stream. Not quite sure yet, though. Mostly because I haven't figured out what I want to do for it yet. Hmm. Six. I need to move those, I think. But move them where? Hmm. Where can I move them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay, so I need to move 6. 6 intakes to somewhere else. Actually, I think I have a pretty good idea. Somewhere in here. Oh, yeah, like right there. It is, or it will be beneficial to have these be symmetrical, at least on the outside. So that, you know, we don't have to do like weird armor or anything. Like have one side be more protected than the other, because that's bad. We don't want that. That is very suboptimal. Unbelievably so. So we don't want it to be like unevenly armored. Not that I'll have a choice in the matter at this point, but I can at least do my best to avoid it. You're missing. Oh, right, yeah. Probably better if I look toward the connections instead. As a place to add, yeah, like here. Right there. Alright, all good and equal. Very good. just make sure that this does actually work properly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh, that one is cutting it close. Yeah, alright. We're good. Just need to do the turret cap. And... oh, right, this armor. No, that's actually short enough to where I could put it in the cap if I wanted to. Actually, the cap will most likely be large enough for me to put a lot of things in it. Not that. Phalanx, huh? It's actually kind of tempting. That works. Why does that work? Speed. Nah, I don't think I'll need one there, though. Maybe the turret... oh, I should have a little bit of space in the back. Well, at least a little. Oh, that! Yeah, I never actually ended up using that, I don't think. That is actually small enough to fit there in the turret cap. I don't think I'm going to do it, though, because it'd be weird, I think. And again, this is a pretty big turret. This thing has more blocks than that heavy cruiser I showed off last time. Or that was spawned in last time. Casemates, huh? I think I'll incorporate more of those into this ship than I did the last one. The last two, actually. Or I'll at least try to. Alright. Turret neck. We should probably just get that done first. 13 by 13, is that going to be enough? You know, fuck it. Let's do 15 by 15. Why not? What's stopping us? 5, 2, 1. Hmm. I think if we want to have super firing ones, I think I'm probably just gonna have to deal with like just raising the cap up, and then, well, that's the usual, but instead of a cooling, instead of extending cooling vents up, maybe just extending the ammo intakes instead, because that'll be easier, take less time. I think that sounds good. Alright. Well, there's that. I don't think I'm gonna bother with armor in here, like around, like on the turret well. Not turret well, like on the turret internals. I'll just leave that for the turret well armor. Or just for the turret well, period, I guess. Maybe instead I can do it from here. Okay, that's kinda not good. Why do we have extra intakes here? Are you sure those are not supposed to be there? Oh, I think no, I think I know what happened, maybe. Did I? Ah, yeah, okay, that's what happened. Placed it wrong, that's why. No wonder. Alright, cool. we go. Alright, that's the turret neck done. Cool. Ah, that's not really good though. Why is there an extra? When did that extra even, those extra deckers even get there? Hmm. Well, whatever. So what kind of turret, what style of cap do I want to do? Could do a French style again. I think I did well on that one. I'm not sure it will work here. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not actually sure. Huh. What do I do here then? Hmm. We could do an American style turret. I'm not sure. Then we'd have to do a pretty angled front here. Pretty angled front face, 45 degrees. Set that to 45 degrees. Actually, hang on. Hmm. So it's there, huh? So I'd have to do it to there. 10-meter tall turret cap, jeez. That's a little ridiculous. In my opinion. That's quite ridiculous. Maybe I should... I don't want to have this exposed mantlets, though. Suppose I could have it just... Hmm. Right, Hmm. I think, having a face like this, like with a slope like that, I think that'll be beneficial. Hmm. Yeah, because this actually does have it go slightly over right there. I think we can probably do it. Or we could just limit it to something other than 45, maybe 30 degrees instead. That'll be much gentler. Oh yeah, and the barrel magnets don't stick out the side, so yeah, let's go with 30. We will build it as if it was meant to be meant to have a max elevation of 30 degrees. We'll just go with that. Hmm. I want to keep it. I mean, I want to keep the The turret cap height, a multiple of 3. Yes, turbines. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. I'd like to give the turret height a multiple of 3, because that's how high my decks are usually. It'll be convenient. But I'm not sure I'll actually be able to do that. What slip did I do here? Was it a... Yeah, okay, it was an 8. Nine, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so we can do it there then. That's a multiple of 3, that'll work. Yeah, it's ready to fire. Give me one moment. Redoing this part there, that's gonna be a pain, I think. Massive pain. Oh well, so I'll just show off the gun firing. Or guns, I guess. Plural. Okay, yeah. So just a casual 4 million material dump there. Here, how far is that? It's 8. It's about halfway. About like that then. Just go to the... And it just goes to the back here for 10. I think right there might do actually. Alright. Center of mass is way too far forward. Hopefully that'll be fixed after I, what is it? Right, yeah, finish the armor. Three. This would be 4. That goes in by 1 over a distance of 8. Got it. Maybe instead of that, actually, I should do it like this. And again, the more I can borrow from that, the better, I suppose. It means less work on my part. Or, well, less effort. Less of a chance of me just like giving up or something. Going to do something else. Hmm. Isn't that something? Maybe I should be putting it there instead. Perhaps. Yeah, about that much, looks like. Hmm. That's too far out, I think. Maybe it isn't? Maybe it is fine. Might be a pain to do. Ah, no, actually that is fine, yeah. Perfect, even. And this starts coming in as well. Until it's just like that, basically. Where's the deco for that? In the rangefinders? Where is the rangefinder deco? Where'd I put it? Oh, there it is. Ah, okay. I see. It's roughly half, huh? Okay. Well, not roughly, it is half, but... Oh yeah, it goes up as well. Something like that. No, yeah, I guess I'd want it there. And this slope here, what is this? It's an 8. 8 over 1. Nice. Huh. Mildly annoying, but still doable. Hmm. Whatever, I'll just leave it like that for now. Back here it goes up by 1. Maybe we can have this one go up by 2 since it's... Yeah, it's exactly double the height of this. In the end, it should look like somewhat identical to this, just larger, and with way more barrels than any turret ever has the right to have. But, you know. There, and that should be it, I think. Turret base is gonna be a little, or the barbette. The barbette's gonna be a little bit small for the turret cap, but I'm hoping it'll still be fine. Kinda be that? No, it won't, will it? It'll be something like this, and then just that stretched. No, wait, because then that slope still has to. Ah! I hate when this kind of thing happens. It's so annoying to do. Well, I suppose I'll just stick with what I got. Hmm. Tempting, but I don't really know about that. I really do not know about that. We'll just go with that there for now instead. Yeah, and then I can just deco over that afterward. Wait. Halfway down, okay. Oh yeah, so then that'll be a slope of 3 here then. Like that. Hmm. Alright, well, we have the basic shape down, I think. Where's that input feeder there? I should move it. I will move it. It's the only one with an intake there. Huh. So I guess I just forgot to move it then. Whoops. Can't really do anything about that spot, so, or these spots, so I'll just put a beam slope there. That'll have to do. Be a 2-meter heavy armor beam there. Yeah. There we go. Oh. What the hell is up with that? Wait, was that? Are those decals I forgot to remove? No, they're just not aligned. What the hell? Whatever. I'll just ignore it for now. Isn't really something I can fix at the moment, anyway. I think these things are going to be, like, just obscenely weak to EMP, though. Well, it depends. Damage reduction. Wait, it's not What? Seriously? 200% plus 400 per meter. That... No, hang on. Really? Why is it so buffed? Wow, I didn't know about that. I guess it won't be as susceptible as I thought. Or maybe as much as it should be. There's enough space here for me to fit a layer of wedges here. That'll help against AP. And the shields may or may not get the rest. But I'll take it, I suppose. Ah, but right there it's not gonna work. Not unless I move these out to the same spot as this, and then just mesh hide them. Then deco the slope back in. That's kinda cheaty. Granted, it's effective. Just a bit cheaty. I don't think I'll need them right there. Just here. Holes probably aren't useful here. Well, can't really think of a point where they are useful. I mean, they're rounded. That's usually useful. At some point. Okay, maybe we switch to these now. Forward-facing wedges. Maybe just... That's actually not going to work too well. Like that. I don't even know if this will work well. I'm hoping it adds to the armor. I'm hoping it does the armor stacking bonus thing, but I don't know if it will. I can only hope. I think there's a way for me to check, but I just don't feel like it right now. Here we go. Now I gotta do all this. Ooh, that's bad. That's real bad. Ooh, not good. Very much not good. Huh. More intakes I gotta move, I suppose. Mildly irritating. Yeah, I'd say there's a pretty good chance that this thing just turns out to be a glass cannon. years. Alright. So the armor on this is most likely just going to be shit. I wish I could view, like, without decos. That would be nice. There is a non-deco view. Why don't we have one of those? It's hard to see things. These barrels in the way. You know what? I'll just move them, or remove them for now. There we go. Now I can actually see what I'm doing. I might have to deal with, like, just not having beam-backed slopes here. Not slopes, wedges. I think that's probably the only thing I can do in this case. It's unfortunate, but oh well. Oh well. Nothing else I can do. Maybe it'd be better to just do like just solid armor instead. In like these places where I can't have beam-backed slopes. Ah, but Hesh and heat. I could just have good lambs and just have that deal with it, but I don't know. More armor here, I suppose. Just make it really thick. It's the best I got. Well, the back doesn't have to be as heavily armored as the front, right? I'll go with 2 layers, I think, here. Except for that. This might work, maybe? I think it'll just be better to make that solid. Should be able to just, I think, fill it. You know, it'd be better just to make that solid. Probably just solid armor for the rest of it, honestly. This is such a goddamn mess. I think I've ever... Maybe I'll remake this turret someday. Maybe. Hopefully, without having this absolute mess of intake snaking. I think that's probably as far back as I'm gonna bother going with this. With the front armor. So it could probably use a little more top armor. Then again, planar shields exist. I can fit those in later. Alright, maybe that'll do. It probably won't. There's no way I'm going to be able to do armor similar in protection to this one, to what this turret had. Or, no, maybe I did? One layer of wedges, yeah. Don't know why I kept the wedges there, but... Oh, maybe the idea was to deflect shells either, like, outward, or inward. No, you'd want them to be deflected outward. So maybe that was the idea, having it deflected outward, but... such little chance that that part actually gets hit that... it's probably just not even worth it. Alright, well, we still got this top bit here, so... I'm thinking we just fill it entirely. All the way. Only beams. What's our center of mass? Now it's too far back. Okay. So what we can do then is replace the unnecessary bit, or I guess the bits that don't need to be as heavily armored with alloy. Ah, okay. Wow, yeah, that didn't really help at all. Shouldn't be too surprised. Pretty damn heavy. I mean, it is heavy armor, it's in the name. Unsure of how to move the center of mass forward, though. Or, well, any farther forward than, well, other than just doing this. Yeah, I think we can afford to do that. Top armor is pretty thick after all. Center of mass is really not moving at all. Figured, but maybe it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth the shot. Maybe I should just, I still gotta up this to 2 meters, I think. Other than that, I think reducing amount of armor here, maybe just that layer. Am I already using heavy bells? Yes. Pretty sure. Yes. So I need so that, yeah, should be fine placing that, I think. Center mass has moved. I think. Not far enough. Just to move another. Should move another 2.5 meters forward. Oh boy. This is a bit annoying. Should have known doing hexagonal barrel grouping would be, would have some weirdness to it when I eventually got the turret cap, but offset center, well, I mean, it's probably just that big block here. Maybe I should make some of this metal. Nah. What I'll do instead is just remove some more heavy armor till it eventually stabilizes, I guess? I don't know. Which, is it centered at least? On the center line? Yes. It has moved 1/2 meter. Might be a good idea to put a lamb's nodes on the turret. On the turret cap. instead of just having them on the deck. Hmm. Uh, hmm. I don't know how I can move it any farther forward. If I made the barbette armor like on the turret rather than having it on the hull, like I did the last time, or on the last ship, then I might be able to uh, maybe use that weight offset, but I don't know if it would be enough. And also, I'd have to lightly armor the back end of it, and that's really suboptimal, to say the least. Maybe I don't want to have to do that. I don't think it's going to make too much of an impact anyway, but that is true. Yes, I could. Um, the problem is then I'd have to redo the face armor because the inside of this turret cap is a fucking mess. It's just literally it's horrendous, horrible. But I got to deal with it. So, not really too much I can do there. Oof. God, maybe I'll just leave it alone for now. This is a big task. It feels like it anyway. Alright, so I could reduce this layer of armor to nothing. Just get rid of it, make it alloy instead. But I don't know, because it's only 2 layers of heavy armor protecting all that. And if this thing is up against a ship of equal size, or hell, equal guns, it's just fucked. If the Lambs doesn't get it, which it probably won't, knowing my ships, it will just die. There will not be anything I can do. Not if Roma has anything to say about it. Roma's ships are massive. They put mine to shame. It has moved yet another half meter. Damn, okay. Maybe if I just do this, alloy instead. Oh, I guess I could just fill whatever remaining gaps there are here with heavy armor, but damn. That, yeah, no, that didn't do anything. That did not do anything. May as well just undo it then. I wonder if I'm able to, like, just deal with it? Oh, actually, hang on. Forgot about this space here. Down here, I might be able to use this. Nah, not heavy armor, lead, I think. Or, you know what? Nah, I'll take the higher cost, whatever. It's not, I'm just gonna not worry about cost. Is it moved? It is not. Gotta keep going. Can't tell if it's moving. It's not. Hmm. Annoying. Okay, it's moved a little bit, but not far enough. I think replacing some of these batteries. I really don't need that much on each turret. I only need 5.6 million in batteries, or energy storage per turret anyway, so. If I just go to the, over here, I'm gonna, no, that's total, damn it. 30,600, that's not enough. Well, I'm not even looking for engine power, I'm just trying to figure out how much storage this has. Okay, well, I don't know. I guess I'll just continue to, how about that? Are you good? Almost. Almost there. There we go. All good. It does matter, actually. Especially with the sheer size of this turret. If it were to if the center of mass is not centered, like, like, on top or in line with the center of rotation, aka the turret axis block, not, if it's not in the middle, there's a pretty good chance that if it turns, if it were to, like, turn broadside, you would just tip over. And while I will absolutely be having active stabilization on the ship these will be on, I'd rather not have it use any more engine power than necessary. Than absolutely necessary. I ain't gonna do shit. Okay. Let's just make sure it's still in the middle. Okay, good. Time to put the barrel deco back. Nice. This turret is a mess. It is going to, no doubt, be the messiest thing on this ship. The most, just horrendous, honestly. Oh well. Guess I'll just have to deal with it. Besides, it's kind of a given. Considering we don't have any 20-meter autoloaders. If we did, the whole, you know, like, messy intake snaking thing wouldn't have been an issue at all. But, oh well. there anything I'm forgetting other than Deco? I don't think I'm forgetting any blocks. Huh, muscle brake. Didn't put one of those on. Oh well. 200,000 recoil, but like what unit is that in? Well, whatever. 8,760.01. For just the one turret. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, 4 mil. Let's see how much of that is just the turret. It's probably a lot. So much. Yep, 4.12 million. That is like double the cost of the VM's turrets. Christ. Okay, I think this is probably the biggest turret I will ever build. I hope. No promises. But I'd say it's pretty likely. God, and I want to have 7 of these on one ship. My computer's gonna hate me. How many blocks are these? 23,000. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is not good. Do I have anything that's around that size? Yes. A whole ass battle cruiser. Just spawn it in, give it a moment. Alright, so see that battle cruiser? See that turret? This battle cruiser only barely has more blocks than that whole turret. I have a battle cruiser's worth of blocks in a single turret. I thought looking at like 7 of these turrets at once made my FPS die, but 7 of these? It might just straight up crash my display drivers. Just outright. It's not gonna have fun. That could be reduced. Tire meta brick front sider, huh? God. Right, how much battery charge is in these? One of these turrets. 11,640,000. Okay. Way more than it needs, but I'll take it. Oh, right. Alright, so this is a 49 by 49 base. The shippies are supposed to go on those, going to be 111 meters wide. Might up that to maybe around 120, 130 meters. The length I wrote down as 1,000 meters, 1 kilometer, but might actually have to increase that. God, those turrets look like secondaries next to these. That's a tempting idea, actually. Have these turrets as second? No. God. I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't. Dear God. What have I created? This is the weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Actually, hang on. How wide is this bit? 12. Okay, yeah, I think I can maybe do it. With a few of these. Eight 8.5, okay. Maybe reduce that to just 5. Did I get that number right? Yeah. Or that, then this. Okay, here, I'm probably gonna have to use triangle generator for those bits. 7, 7, 5. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna bother doing the these lines. I'm still not sure what they are. I think they're just like maybe they're replaceable panels. I don't know. I copied a French turret. Not sure from which ship, but probably Richelieu. Might have actually been something from World of Warships. The Tier 10 battleship. I can't remember its name. Oh, nice. Okay, I like that that fits right there. Thought I'd have to use triangle gen, but nope, that's perfect. Very good. I like that. if I can get away with using just one deco here. Probably not. Five, 0.5. Okay, no, can't. Can get away with that, though. I'll take it. Can I get away with any more, though? Nah, I don't think so. I think it'll have to be this. Alright. Doing it pretty good. I'm most likely gonna have to mesh hide all of these when I do them. So I'm just gonna do that, then this, and prefab it. Because that's much faster. I'm thinking maybe for this one here, maybe doing maybe that. Yeah, that'll do. There we go. Okay, not bad. Now, right here, we can do... First, I think let's do this bit. -0.5, 5, 8. There we go. That's that. Now for this... $5.5. Make that 1. Oh no, alloy. There it is. 1, 2. There we go. All set. Very simple. It's as shrimple as that. That's just 10. go. Now here I'm not too sure. Because I have to stop it there. That's going to be 0.125, I think. Which means... and then I don't actually know what. I think it's 1/16th. No, okay, 0.03125. .96875. Okay. Well, that's that. That was easier than I thought it'd be. Huh. Well, there's that. This part. This part is going to be horrible, I think. There's no sugarcoating it. But I'll at least try. Oh god. I'm really hoping that we don't hit the deco limit. That would really suck. If I hit the deco limit on a turret, that'd be the first time that happened. To me, at least. I've never done that before. Alright, let's see. What can we do here? I think for one... Maybe... How about this? 2.5? No, not enough. Alright, how about triangle generation then? Negative a 0.5. There we go. Let's try negative 0.25. That would do it. That would do it. And we just have to meet it up there. Reverse that. Maybe let's have it there. Then right there. Oh. That's not an alloy block. That is, though. It should be pretty trivial now to... This was way easier than I thought it'd be. What the hell? What's going on? Maybe let's just do this instead. Yeah, okay, I'll just take that. Alright, then... 1.5, 7.5. Ah, right. 1, 2, then... Okay, there's that. I think it's best if I move that to there, and hide original mesh. I shouldn't have to hide these, those are fine. Hide that, there we go. Wow, yeah, that took no time at all. Why was that one so annoying to do then? Well, whatever. Sure, I'll figure it out eventually. As well grab this then. Oh, I forgot to mirror those. 1 and 2. That is so goddamn tiny. In that case, we can put... why not a few of them? Maybe like that? Or maybe a little higher. I'm unsure. That's not bad, but... I did not paste right. Here we go. Height, 0.25. Hmm. I suppose 2 is good enough. Maybe we could stick another one over here, but I really don't see it having any actual use. So let's get this one now. Maybe we can have, let's see, 16, 28. Maybe we can have a few of them. Maybe 3. Something like that. Might be enough. There. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I think that's actually too symmetrical. That's a little more like it, I think. Okay, and now this. I think I'm definitely get. Wait, so is there actually 4 of these things? There's that, and then this one. Huh. Well, I'm not really sure, but okay. Right. Here are these. That? No, it's not right. there. Why was that appearing? It should not have been appearing. It's weird. Stop it! It's very annoying. And I forgot to mirror the offsets. Whoops. Maybe I should increase the turret barbette, or the barbette diameter by 5 meters. That'll make it meet up with that there. I'm not sure if I can though. I think the like these tab things, I think I've actually reached the limit of how big I can make them. Yes, those are made. Those were made using the large turbine bits. Those are 5x5, and this is 49x49. Yeah, may as well already be there. I'm pretty sure they're actually set to scale 10. So I can't actually make a barbette bigger than this in this style without changing it in some form. Maybe... I move it here. This one. Maybe that. It's not too bad. Say it might be good. Maybe we do the opposite on this. Move that up there. We then just move this one forward. Do that. We're just gonna copy that one and paste it. There we go. Now I'm thinking I'm just gonna make them both the same. There we go. Maybe which one do we keep on both sides? Maybe this one? Yeah, okay, that looks okay. I'll take it. Alright. Nice. Nice and good. That turret is turning way faster than it has any right to. That's scary. That is... That's pretty damn terrifying. I would not want to see that pointing at me. Or anywhere in my general vicinity. Alright, that works. Then we should just go with 4. Just cover these. I'm still gonna have to mesh height them though, in order to, keep it looking nice. Yep, that. God. What do we do here? Maybe I will just keep it like this. It's much simpler. Okay, I don't think we're gonna. I don't think we're gonna hit the deco limit. At least not yet. Maybe down here we can actually deal with having it be like weird. By that I mean like not fully flush, just like kind of covering. We don't have to mesh height it. X that out, then there's that. Nice. I feel like this part here deserves more detail. I'm sure I'll figure out something later. Just feels super bland. I don't like how bland it is. Easy. Alright. See here. 15 right there, okay. We can do this. Then that's 31. This will be enough right here. And here we can actually do a bit of this. Right, there's that all covered. I just gotta mirror that. There we go. Now here, let's see, that's one. Yeah, so we are gonna have to use multiple. Oh well. That's not what I copied. Now, how am I going to... No, I think I know. Yeah, just like that. Thought so. Nice. Now we're just gonna do the front face, which I'm gonna be honest, not looking forward to that. Yeah, because I need these parts. Suppose I could simply overlay it on top without having, like, the depth there in that curve. Hmm. Be nice if we could do something like the like parallaxing here, because that would literally be perfect. It's literally the perfect spot. All I gotta do is make the frames and have like a parallax texture, like on the inside bit, and that's it. False depth. Assuming that it is parallax I'm thinking of and not something else that I don't remember the name of. Where are the decos here? Were they? I don't remember where I put them. There they are. Copy that. Paste. This is not going to be enough, is it? So tiny. Oh my god. What if we put 2 instead? Maybe have them like this? Perhaps? Yeah. I don't know about that. I'm thinking probably not, though. Kind of weird. Like beam, meters. I don't know if I'll actually have to do this one. But I'll keep it, I suppose. May as well. That's only there for the end. For the end of there. Maybe, I don't just want to make a bigger rangefinder, because then it'll feel like, why would you need a rangefinder that large? Like, realistically, this is about as big as it would be. If not smaller, actually. By smaller, I just mean, like, probably mounted on top, not as wide. But yeah, this is realistically what it would have. Or what it's what it would most likely have. Maybe if it's moved back a little. Maybe to there. To the actual back of the turret. Then just have this remove those things. Maybe make them square quarters or something. Make that one a square corner. Just do what with this one though? Well, this I suppose. Gonna need that. Oh, that's right. I actually need... that. Now this... That's 8. Apply with mirror. Then... Probably, take this. Covenant. Actually, now that I think about it, couldn't I have just... Hang on. .5. No. There. 3.5. 0.5. 1.5. Ah, no. Okay, so it's not just one. Oh well. Worth a shot, I suppose. Oh, that's bad. That is very suboptimal. Well, no, it's not even suboptimal. It's just bad. That's not good. How can I do something? I suppose... maybe, huh, I don't know. What can I do here? It'd be nice if it, like, used 2, 3, and 4 meter slopes if the 1 meter slope wasn't enough. Or if its, like, scale would be more than 10 in any direction. Kind of annoying that it doesn't do that automatically. But, oh well, suppose. I don't know coding, so I can't fix it myself. What else could I do? I don't actually know how long it needs to be, because remember it can't scale for more than 10, it's not showing me. So about right here, you. Could this help me, perhaps? No, probably not. But this, I think, I can just do that. Yeah, okay, that was easy enough. This one, I really just don't know. I might have to. Just do it like this. Then, see. Okay, that. That works. Then we can actually add a new decoration real quick. All the way down slope 3 meters. Five. 9. There. Alright, that'll do. Maybe instead of having it there, we can have it with this. That's not the. Oh my god. Seriously? Really? Come on. Alright. Like that. Alright, now what if I... there? It's not bad. I don't think. I think we can deal with it. Perhaps. I do feel like the back should come out a little farther. Only a little, though. Or maybe it's fine. I'm not sure. I think I'll just leave it alone for now. Alright, let's get some pieces of that here. Maybe we can have them all be part of the same thing here. Like on the same block, so we can just copy and paste them easier. That's actually better. Maybe not. 2. Okay. Okay. Not bad. Okay. I can deal with that. Now, I believe I had something in the center. Yes, right there. Feel right here though. Ah, that's why. Doing that weird shit. Why don't we do this? Maybe have it be like this instead. So that, yeah, for that. That's better, I think. Now this is going to be practically useless for us. Because I'm not going to make a thing, I don't think, in the middle here. I'm not going to make a cutout. I'm just not going to bother. Maybe instead I'll just do like a cloth thing. Make it look like it's anchored to like the corners here. Something like that, maybe. Now, I have to do this. Alright, that's all set. Now, I'm thinking I am actually gonna just move this. Like move these to the corners. Not corners, I'm just gonna... What am I trying to say? Right, okay. Two. Beam 4 meter, then downslope 4 meter. That's not correct though. A bit too much there. Okay, how about we just put that back to a 2 meter beam. That one back down to a 2 meter beam, or not beam slope, just slope. Then do that. Yeah, okay, that was the problem. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. It's gonna take a bit, but let's do that. Or maybe if I... Oh, yeah, okay, that works. Huh. Okay then. So now I need to... No, it's not actually equal in size right there. Speaking of which, I need to... Okay, there we go. Not equal in size. I need it to be equal in how far it comes out there. On top versus bottom. Maybe... That much? Yeah, alright, that's good. Oh, that was the wrong... No, I wanted 30. Yeah, okay, good, it still matches. So now we just need 2 more decorations. Down slope and a down slope. That. Think. Copy that. Paste it there. Get that. Copy. Paste. Now this is no, not that one. 7.5. Is that right? Yeah, no, that sounds about right. 7.5. 7.5. And now I just gotta move it a little bit. It's alright. Maybe, a little bit there. Alright, I think that will do. Nice and simple. Nice and simple. And it covers most of those slope blocks too. So yep. Now we just paste them in the other spots. That's not good at all. Hmm. Uh. Uh-huh. Oh, that's more than I was hoping. Is that? Yeah, okay, that's good. Is this one? Yeah, no, that one's fine. Alright. There we go then. Place the rest. Put in this last one. Nice, all done with that. That actually still needs a... what is it? One more thing there. Probably triangle corner. There we go. Apply that with mirror. Go. Alright. Now we're just gonna mesh hide a bunch of things. Probably not the middle ones, I don't think. They're really not invisible anyway. Did I not? Oh, no, because it's mirrored, right. Alright, here we go. Nice. That's it, I think. It's our whole turret cap. Ah, right, hang on. Should probably hide that one too. Or both of those. Oh, does that not have it? It doesn't, no. Let's fix that. Perhaps. Okay. Oh, forgot to mirror that one. No, this one. Forgot to mirror that one. Okay, there we go. Is that it? We all set? Yes, okay. There's our turret cap. Of course, it does still need a bit more detail. I'd like to put these lines on, because those lines actually, they break it up a bit, enough to make it not look bad, which is something I think this definitely needs. Could also use some ladders on the sides maybe, although at this scale it might be better to just use stairs instead. What other details does this have that I did not copy? I'm unsure. That's supposed to be a platform for crew to walk on, but there's kind of a bit of turret in the way, isn't there? Okay, nothing sticking out there. That's good. Okay, nice. I'm kind of thinking maybe we just won't bother putting any detection on it, like we did for this one, because we just disable that. It's actually not that much here, but I don't know. I guess I just don't feel like it. That's all. Maybe if I do end up doing the lines, maybe we can split them up like along this, like along these things, like the sides of the mantlets. Just split them up like that instead of like I did them here. We'll just do it like that. I think that'll look nice. Maybe split it down the middle here too, just because of how large the panels would be. Alright. What now? Suppose I could just make the raised variants now, rather than later. Hmm. Something that that does worry me a little bit. It's the like height of the turret neck, or like what level the insides are at. They're not below the waterline. So this will be our this is our hull guide. We have 6 meters of space when really we only need 4. And those extra 2 meters neck height would be enough to push it under the waterline. Or we could leave it as is and not even bother, which is very tempting. I don't know how I do the lines on this though, because I don't want to like... I don't want to have to like break it up, like break up the deco, so I'd probably most likely end up just... what is it? Right, putting them on top rather than putting them at the same level, making it look like a single texture. That line kind of ruins the barrel. I suppose I could start the actual ship itself. Oh, and 4.12. Each turret is 4.12 million materials. Amazing. I'm willing to bet the recoil is probably gonna be, like, insane. Because 7 of these turrets, that gives you 192, no, 196, sorry, 196 1,000 millimeter guns. That's ridiculous. Would you remember their APS and not cram? Especially when they're all on a single ship. Alright, let me do quick firepower calculation. I know I did it last time, but I'm gonna make sure I did it right. 3.12, no, 312.86 times 28 times 7. 61,320.56 firepower from the main guns alone. It is going to require 187. $652,309 mats extractable as ammo per minute. Dear God. Fucking hell. This turret is more expensive than most of the, realistically sized ships I have. If not all of them, actually. What doesn't it surpass? In this folder, anyway. That thing. That, which probably isn't going to be finished. That. And these two, additionally. So, all but like 5 or 6. Yeah, rotating the turrets can lag the game. I experience that a lot with the Olympus Mons and the VM. Although it's not as bad once you, it's better when you put this to max, but... Well, because then, you can't really notice it. Or at least that's how it is for me. I don't know about you. But, my PC isn't the strongest thing out there, so... just being completely real here, there's a pretty good chance I'm just not able to build this ship, or at the very least finish it, because my computer will be having such a bad time that I will not be able to stream it. Like, I will have, like, I don't know if I'll even be able to record it by the end. Yeah, because the lag is probably going to be so bad that even in a video, it's probably going to be like 5 FPS tops. Like it was last stream before I restarted the game. Should probably put a timestamp there, actually. Maybe I will end up building a new another turret for the secondaries, because on Olympus Mons they were 8-inch or 203 millimeters. On the VM they were 11-inch or 28 centimeters. And with 8-inch dual-purpose guns, which the Olympus Mons also had. So maybe this ship is kind of like kind of like what comes after the ship that comes after VM. So it's like, I guess I want to say like 2 tiers above it. So we're just like skipping a whole tier rather than building what's in between. So if we keep like proportionally increasing the secondary caliber, that gives us 17-inch secondaries, which is a bit ridiculous, I'll be honest. 432mm guns are a bit large for secondaries. So maybe what could we do then? Maybe 15s? 38cm guns maybe? Might work, might be enough. I'm unsure. Or we could use the same 11-inch guns. That is also an option. However, there's just like we're talking about a ship a kilometer long. Like this will easily be the largest ship I've ever built by 220 meters. No, yeah, 220 meters. Assuming it's exactly 1,000, but probably won't be. So they're not going to take up much deck space. It might actually be so little that I'll have to make a new turret in order to, not oversaturate the deck with them. Because if there's too many sub-objects, the game, well, the more you have on a vessel, and the bigger that vessel is, and the bigger the sub-objects are, the more lag you're going to have, just because of how FTD handles sub-objects. I wish it handled them better, but oh well. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? Secondaries? Alright, well, let's just figure out what we can use. Um, these I say are pretty likely to be used. Maybe I'll increase their height for even higher RPM. I think that would be probably a good idea. Maybe giving it Phalanx Siwas, though probably not many of them. Because I am proud of this, yet I haven't used it up until now. So maybe maybe I'll use it here. I don't know. Maybe not. Then there's these, the 11-inch triples. These were on the VM. It had 26 of them, if I recall correctly. So maybe what we can do, if I increase their height, which I'm going to be honest, I probably won't, I'd be able to give them slightly higher RPM, maybe breaking 60, but unlikely. And yeah, but look at the size difference there. Like, these are the VM's mains, or their caps at least. That's secondaries and dual purpose guns it used. And then there's this thing. This monstrosity of a gun turret. Just nothing can compare. I have not built anything this large, or any turrets this large, until now, so just unsure. Like, I don't know if these will be enough for, like, how big this thing is going to be. Like, 'cause I do want to optimize performance at least a little bit, you know? It has to be runnable, or what's the point? That turret's about the turret cap is at least, I think, about the same size as that one, so. Oh, this thing! Yeah, I never ended up using this thing. I think it was too wide down here. It's also 200 millimeter, not 203. So it's a weird caliber. Just a little bit of a weird caliber. But these actually fire faster than these, ever so slightly. They have effectively the same RPM, but like, you know. 75 by 75? Jesus, dude. That's a bit much. It's over twice as wide as this turret here. Like, that's ridiculous. Really? That's curious. I feel like, what's different here? The rifling, for one. Hmm. Suppose this thing is an option, but I think it's the wrong style. So, that being said, I'm still proud of it. Very happy with how it turned out. But, again, it's the wrong style. There's the previous version, I think. Ah, yeah, the weird looking one. So glad I made it. I redid it. Or, well, gave it a touch up. Looks so much better now. That thing never got finished, I believe? Yeah, no, never got finished. Probably never will be. I don't think I'll need it. Oh yeah, that thing. It's Self-contained, not self-contained. Yeah, this C was I was working on. 137 millimeter. What do you mean no shell is loaded? Are these not assigned? No, it is. What weapon slot is it on? 3. Oh, it's still reloading. Oh god, that downtime is horrible. What? Oh, it doesn't have enough rail chargers. Where are its rail chargers? Wait. Wait, what? No, hang on. Where are its rail chargers? Or it's single rail. Is it here? Yeah, there it is. There we go. What shells is it firing? Okay, pure flak, and are they both? Oh, okay, no, one of them's different. Which one are you using? Flak-headed one. Okay, so you're using first one, shorter one. Higher RPM, but well, whatever. I'd say probably not this thing ever. I think if I want something like that, I'll just build a new one. Oh, there's the octuple. CRAM? Well, CRAM. Just what it says on the tin. Oh, yeah, that thing. Yep, never ended up using it on any other ships, just one. Mark 1? Hmm. Ah, yeah, that. Don't think I'll be using it. Probably best not to. Doom? What is it? Oh, my. Oh, it's that thing. Christ. That? No, okay, I need to get the newer ones. So, maybe I will have the phalanx. Just a little bit. Little bit of phalanx. Where are your... Ah, there it is. Okay. Hmm. Guess it's not on that one. Maybe it's on this one. Yep, there it is. Oh, that's already 2 Balloy. Huh. Okay. Hmm. Okay, that works. The other one might have been a little better, though. In all honesty. Yeah. I'll just keep it that, I think. Maybe fix the shininess a little bit. There we go. That looks much better. Phalanx and C-Rams. Hey, you know what? Why not C-Rams? I haven't used it yet. Or is it? It's not it. It's also not mine. So I don't know why it's here. Okay, there we go. Phalanx and C-Rams. Is this the, clipped one? No, this is the normal one. Turning props. That's the old one. So maybe these 4 will do? I'm probably not going to have too many of either of these, just to keep sub-object counts low. So there will be 7 of those, probably at least 26 of these, at least 40 of these, so 7, 6, like 73 minimum. It's not even counting the fire control directors. That's an additional, I want to say 13 to that, so 86 then. And what else? Rudder doesn't need to be one anymore. Radars, I suppose? That would be probably 2 more. So 88. Then after that, there's these. The RPM on this is actually accurate, by the way. To the real thing, it is 3,000. If. Pretty sure it was 3,000. That's why it has 2. No, wait. Oh, no, wait, did it have one up here, I think? Where was the. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Also, apparently only 1 in 5 shells were tracers. Speaking of which, not that. Ah, this. The APS projectile limit. 5,000. That's the main reason I'm hesitant to do these or to use them. Just because of that limit. Really really limits what I can put on. It's actually, huh. So that's gonna be, let me just count something real quick. So if we have, maybe change the count of these to 48. Is this 283 barrels plus these, which were, I believe, it's whatever the real Phalanx's RPM is. RPM 47.7. Times your RPM was like in the I think 72? 72.4. So on one broadside, firing for exactly 1 minute, it's going to output, and this is without the phalanx included, 7,295.5 shells. Oof. That may very well... Well, there's a pretty good chance they won't survive for that long. So let's say maybe half that number. So at any given point, there will be like 3,600 shells in play. That's uncomfortably close to the limit. It also means that a ship of equivalent size simply won't be able to bring its full firepower to bear at the same time. Add the Phalanx to the mix, with its many shells, like stupidly high RPM, and there's a pretty good chance that it will win against most other things simply because they can't output enough shells. Granted, that's just the APS limit, not the, what were the other ones? Cram and, generic projectiles. But, still, it's more than I'd like. Well, that's not true. The limit is just lower than I'd like. But, you know, the devs probably aren't gonna raise it past 5,000. And because what madman is going to have 5,000 shells coming from one ship? Me, hopefully, but probably not with this one. So... I think we might have to ditch this, the phalanxes. These, on the other hand, we might very well be able to do, but they're really not much. Just interceptors. That's it. It's only got 4 of them, not the 9 that it really should have. And also that I'd like it to have. But yeah, there's really not much I can do about that, so maybe no phalanx. Maybe instead we'll do, maybe I'll actually try laser Siwas for once. Maybe have, what was it called? The, laws? Laser anti... something? I don't remember. What did it stand for? Oh, laser weapon system. Okay. So I was wrong on that part. Maybe. But isn't that what Lambs does though? Although Lambs is defensive, strictly defensive, not offensive. Plus, I wouldn't be able to give it like too long of a barrel or barrel. What's the laser equivalent of that? Optics. I wouldn't be able to give it very long optics. Simply because the real thing is actually quite short. It's kind of like a, what is it? I guess the closest thing I can compare to like for its like length compared to its diameter is probably like an amateur telescope probably. I think that's the closest I can compare. It's also 6 lasers that are focused together on the target. So like I really don't think that part is gonna be possible in FTD. Oh well. So if not phalanx, then what? Well, I can probably have a few of them, but oh yeah, because they're not going to be constantly firing, probably. Just, occasionally at missiles. And I have these to deal with the huge, to deal with the large and huge missiles. These can deal with the small and mediums, though the smalls will probably be killed by lambs anyway. The mediums, there's a pretty good chance. Maybe the medium and larges, I suppose. Smalls will be killed by the lambs, more than likely. Speaking of which, I think this ship is going to have more powerful lambs. Yeah. Ideally able to, like, fill at the same rate it depletes. But, because, like, I don't want it to be, like, I basically just want to remove the possibility that it gets overwhelmed, period. But I'm just not sure if I can even do that. Oh, right, yeah, there is also these. These were on the Olympus Mons. Could use both, actually. But I feel like these will be a little better. They actually have higher RPM. Wow, they have higher RPM? Seriously? Or is this the wrong one? No, these are the right ones. So then, is it here then? The Mark 19s? Ah, yep, there it is. 56.9 RPM. So we'll go with the Mark 19s then. Or pretty sure I had. There it is. Okay, here are the original Mark 19s. So we could probably use these instead of the ones on the Olympus Mons, because they fire at nearly 60 RPM. We can lower the shell speed to around maybe 550 meters per second, so that we can have more payload. Because there's really no reason for, because like these use, if I recall correctly, HESH. Yeah, It's like multi-purpose shells here, and then the disruptor shells. These will only be having the multi-purpose shells, but it should allow them to have like more payload than what they're currently using, which is just that. Jesus. Okay. 14.22 shell power. Meh. Just placeholders there. 514. That's good enough. I'll take it. Maybe. Two? Yeah, they're using 2-meter ones. Let's get the inertial fuse. Hang on, actually, I'm gonna move it and replace it real quick. 0.84. Okay, I see. .36. Perfect. Okay, then we just have it probably hash. Probably just hash. Let's try our shell power there. Okay, shell speed. Doesn't use any rail draw, so that should be fine. Can also remove some recoil absorbers since we probably won't need them, but I don't think I'm going to do that because I don't see a point. Hash damage, I don't know how good that is. I'm gonna hope it's okay at least. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it like that. And we can refill it. Oh, the rate of fire went to shit. Okay, so they were the same, basically. Okay. Well, it does have higher firepower now, so there is that. I could simply remake it with 3-meter shells, actually, and simply extend it, make it taller, more autoloaders. That would help. That would help quite a bit. Well, with the RPM anyway. Although I could also just do that with how they are as is. So, Well, I doubt we'll be using them anyway. To be totally honest, because we do have these. These are larger, and they fire faster. And generally they're pretty damn good. And I won't have to make a new set of turrets. Or well, I won't have to like make new new variants that are taller. Suppose that's an option, but probably not. Probably not that. I could use this, because I am pretty proud of this one. However, it's actually, I'm pretty sure, it's actually worse than that one, because it's smaller and it's got lower RPM, I think. Yeah, it does. I don't think these exceed 60. No, not those. It's this one. Yeah, okay, that's the newer one. Thinking we'll use this one. Maybe I'll give them to the Olympus Mons and the VM as well, and update their uploads on the workshop. Maybe. As for simple weapons, this is an option. I don't know if it's a good one, but... Well, because it's also modded, but also because it has like 5 sub-objects for just this. But, on the upside... Oh, hang on, wait, I gotta... I'll just get an ACB. Pistons, there it is. Extension 2. 43. Yeah, so these are piston-clipped, simple weapons. But they fire really fast because they're synchronized. The only problem is, the AI doesn't like to, use them properly. They can go for quite a while before you have to reload them, but... The piston clipping is the main thing stopping me from using them. And also because I'd have to resync them every time I place a new one. So, like, that's stupid, and I don't want to have to do that, or deal with the lag. So, not that. Maybe we'll just keep it like, keep them like this for now. Let's say maybe, how many of each? Let's say maybe, 54 of these. Fuck it, why not? 54. $54 8-inch dual-purpose guns. Maybe, let's say 32 of these. Let's go, real high numbers. Let's destroy my computer. Why not? Why not? Now, here's a question. Do we have the casemates that we've been doing for, well, up until now? Do we have them or not? Because on the Olympus Mons, they are 30.5 centimeter or 12 inch. On the VM, they are 36 centimeter or 14.1 inch. Let's just round it down to 14. So 12, 14. So the next step up would be 16, but that would be on the ship in between this one and the VM. So 18-inch casemates. probably with terrible RPM. Olympus Mons' casemates were 24.1, VMs were 16.7. So I don't think we're going to be able to make him exceed, what? 10, 12 RPM? So pretty bad. Pretty bad. Maybe we could have smaller but more but more casemates. Maybe of or maybe we'll stick with the 14 inchers. That's probably good. So phalanxes. I really don't know how many we're gonna have. Probably not more than 12, just because of the shell limit. Also because these function pretty damn well as Siwas, so it's pretty good chance we won't need these. But they would look cool as hell. And I'd finally be able to show them off. So there's that. And these are, I mean, they're just small interceptors. So probably not even that good, honestly. Probably pretty shit. Be better to simply have the interceptors in the deck like I normally do. Plus that's 2 more sub-objects. Like these are 2 each. So like I want this thing to be something that I can actually finish on this machine. Rather than having to, you know, upgrade it with money I don't have. Well, uh, hmm. I'll write in how much? How many? Maybe I want to say 12, but for a ship a kilometer long, that does not seem like enough. Maybe let's go for 16. That's probably good. And then how many of these did I say? Was it 48? I already forgot. 54. That's what it was. 54. 54 it is. I almost wish I made these groups of 8, but that would be even worse to do. So now I'm glad I didn't, but it would have been double the barrels on this, which would have been something. one of the turrets ever made. But maybe it doesn't matter, considering how big the damn guns are. Let's see. 7 of these, 32 of those, 54 of those, 16 of those, probably none of these. So let's just remove it. Let's see. Some 40mm quad simple weapons for aesthetics, most likely. And casemates, probably just the 14 inchers. But more. I might be able to maybe stack them, like have casemates above other casemates. That'd be pretty damn cool. I doubt it though. That I'd be able to do it, that is. Maybe putting some in the stern, like stern chasers, that's what they're called. Maybe let's say 8. So on top of the 64 other ones, there's an additional 8, so 72. God, that's a lot of guns. Okay. That'll do, though. So now we have our armament plan. Maybe we can have more of those torpedoes, or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe have him in. Maybe just give him different, like tubes, like one's less deco intensive. Yeah, I think I'll just choose that. So we're gonna have 24 of those. We're gonna need some medium torps as well, probably. So. Let's say. I want to say 80. 80 medium torps. The large missiles were in groups of 24. Let's keep that trend. There were 6 groups on the VM. Maybe increase it to 12 here. 288. So that's double. Then the surface-to-air missiles. They were in groups of. I think it was like double. Yeah, like I think it was double the amount of large missiles. So actually, what am I doing? I can just look at screenshots. Oh, hang on. Okay, I see. They were in groups. So the large missiles were in groups of 12. The mediums were in groups of 24. Okay, so 6. Okay. Yeah, we'll have 24 groups of 6 larges and maybe 24 groups of. How about just 20? Nah, let's go the full distance. 24. 576 mediums. And then interceptors. 1, 2, 3, 4. 20 groups of... I don't know. Is there a closer pick here? Did I take one? Did I not take any? I'm not gonna spawn her in right now because I like my FPS. Okay, so it's 16. Okay. 320, so let's double that. 640 missile interceptors. And let's say 512 torpedo interceptors. Alright. I think that'll do. Now we have our armament. God help me. God, I'm still pretty confident that my computer is not going to let me, like, finish this thing unless I upgrade it. I'm gonna just respawn this turret facing the other direction real quick. Huh, okay, that's suboptimal. I think I'll probably just move those then. Or actually, better yet, undo the removal of that. And just give it an idle azimuth of probably -90. It's probably good. Alright, I'll take that. Close enough. So in total, how many turrets we got? Let's say 17 initial plus, not turret, sub-objects. $126. Or actually not 17, 19 initial sub-objects. 128. 128 sub-objects. Dear Lord. At least that's what the math says. It could be less depending on what I can fit, but considering how big they are, like the sub-objects are, it's pretty likely that my game or that my computer simply refuses to allow it to exist. Alright. It's time. 85. 111. There it is. Oh, hang on. I need to real quick. Mainframe. God mode. Vehicle. Distance 100 meters. There we go. Okay. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. MISC. Origin block there. So it doesn't jitter around when we build. Get the color here real quick. There we go. Alright. 4. Alright, there's that. There's our hull. Or, well, the basic plan for it anyway. Thinking we're probably just going to end up... Let's see. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So with something like that, that will allow me to actually have 2 layers of portholes there, which does open up the possibility of stacking the casemates if they're small enough, which, given their 14-inch, probably not. 111. Let's just see real quick. No, no, it needs to be wider. Much wider. Okay, so 49 by 49 there. These are 29 by 29, roughly. And the VM was 87 meters wide. Exactly 3. Oh my god. 147 meter beam. Oh my god. Oh god. What am I doing? If I keep the same proportions, that's going to give me a ship 1,318 meters long. I just don't think I can do that. I think that's just too much for me to do. Let's go with 49 times 2.5, 121, or no, 123. Let's go with that. So 6 more. Alright. There's our hull. Dear God, it's so fucking wide. I might, actually increase the draft further. Like, it's 25 meters, which is super deep. A super deep draft, but that's like... It honestly doesn't feel like enough for how big the ship is. Feels like it should be, like, deeper, like 28 or something. And the freeboard could also be taller, but probably best to leave it alone. The ship will be large enough that I think I can probably give it a spin block shear at the bow, which those always look nice. Unfortunately, that's like probably 2 extra sub-objects, knowing me. Something like that. Well, whatever. That's most of the way there. You know, no, I actually can't prefab that. Wait. Shit. I screwed that up. I'll just find the 500-meter mark and cut it off there. Okay. So I'm gonna do... I'm going to double up the middle section here in terms of like length. So middle cross section bit. Okay, so 124. That's how many beams I need to place. Let's count it. There we go. 1,000 meters. There it is. And it still doesn't feel wide enough for that turret. Dear God. Okay. See that. We could just simply make the hull pretty wide, because I believe our length to width ratio is somewhere around like 9. I think it was 8.13 at the moment. Okay, let's just widen it by 2 blocks. I think I'll just use prefabs this time. There we go. 120, 1000 by 125. There it is. I'm gonna be honest, this is probably gonna burn, like, this, like, the completion of this thing is probably gonna burn me out for, oh god, the VM burned me out for 1 month, so I'd say this is probably gonna burn me out for 2 or 3. Like, that's not even taking into account how, just how fucking big the damn thing is. I'm worried I actually might regret starting it. Well, you'll never know. I'll never know if I, don't. So, let's see. Am I going to regret this? Like, I feel like this is something I just won't be able to finish simply because of my computer specs. They're not high enough. And FTD rendering, it's going to render the whole thing at once. And I can't just build on low LOD, because then I won't be able to see what the hell I'm doing. I won't know what I'm doing. Like, it's just not possible. This might genuinely be a ship I can't complete. Like, unironically. At least at the moment. If it wasn't for the lag, yeah, of course, but that's the main thing, like, preventing me from completing it. Or it probably will be the main thing. Hmm. I'll take that. God, I'm gonna be having 7 of these turrets. Wow, wait, okay, those turrets are... Okay, I might need a taller hull. Dear God. I think I am gonna need a taller hull. Just the sheer height of the turrets. If they were 9 meters tall, I might be able to get away with it, but they're 12. That means I'm gonna need variants that are raised by like 12 and 24 meters. 24 meters taller for triple super firing at the stern, like I normally do. That's just ridiculous. I think I might have to increase the freeboard for that if I want to do that. And by extension, the draft as well. Probably up to 30 or even 32 meter draft, 20 meter freeboard, if not more. I've underestimated what I will need for this turret. If worst comes to worst, I can simply build a new turret that is smaller, but I really don't want to do that. I really want to use this one. I can't simply let it go to waste now. It'd be wrong at this point. It'd be wrong. Okay, let's get a good angle here. That'll do. Honestly, I think I'm thinking about ending the stream here. I'm scared to continue. Because I know where it's gonna lead to my computer begging me to stop. Also, we might actually have to lengthen it beyond 1,000. We might have to do like 1,200 or something. I think the turret's just too big. That's 29 by 29. This thing's 49 by 49. Like, the width is fine, but the length, I don't think the length is fine. So if we just increase the length to 1,200, maybe? Might be enough. Do some maths real quick. No, that'll give us a length to width ratio of 9.6, increasing the beam to 135 would fix it. 130, yeah, 135. So that'd be a beam increase of 10 meters, length increase of 200. This thing is going to be double the size of the Olympus Mons at this rate. It was, I believe it was 67 meters wide, something like that. Let me double check. Yep, 67 meters. So, yeah, no, it is just straight up double the size. Oh my god. Why? Why am I doing this to myself? Alright. Putting in the number increases in my crafting dock. 1,200 meters long, 30 or 32 meter draft, 20 freeboard, 14 meter freeboard at the stern, 135 meter beam. Dear God. So that. Oh, and I have to raise all of this up too. Eleven, 12. Hang on, so. Yeah, okay, no, that is at the right height. Okay. So then increase freeboard by 5 to 7. No, increase draft by 5 to 7. And freeboard by 3. And freeboard at the stern is going to be 14. Welcome back to the stream, SSMC. I am making... I don't even know at this point. I'll be real with you. Okay, freeboard is there. Not freeboard. The quarterdeck is there. So that's 5-meter increase. That'll do. I'll take that. I've resigned myself to my fate. I am making a thing that will kill my computer, probably. Yep. And now we have to increase the length, because it's not enough. Increase it by 200 meters, so 100 in either direction. 25. There's the bow, and there's the stern. 1200 by 135 by 50. The hull is 52 meters tall. Dear lord. What things do I know that are 52 meters tall? Okay. That's like a 21-story building. This thing's as tall as a 21-story building. Or no, just the hull is. Dear God. Oh no. No, I'm not making it taller. That's I can't do that. Taller than this? Hang on, I gotta close my curtains. The room's heating up too much. There we go. Actually, now that you mention it, I might have to make the hull taller. Increase freeboard. I don't think it's enough. God damn it. Alright, I'll increase it by 2. 16 meter freeboard at the quarterdeck, 22 standard. I'll leave it there. Right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Wait, hang on, what? 16, 17, 19, 20. Oh, it was already at 22. Okay. Maybe 15 at the quarterdeck then. Anti-spaceship gun? Pack loses damage over distance. APS is just a little inaccurate. So I'd say you might want railgun APS. Fuck it, make Stonehenge from Ace Combat. That'll serve you. That'll work wonders probably. Where do we want our deck? Maybe there? Portholes will be on there, there, there. Probably not there. I'm gonna need slopes there. So I'd probably raise the armor belt. Like its height. I'll probably need to anyway. So let's maybe put it about there. Nah, not there. Here. That makes it how tall? 17 meters off the waterline. Maybe we can do something unique for this one and actually have it terminate near the bottom. Since there's going to be a lot of empty space in the bottom of the hull, probably, that won't be used. So maybe we can have it terminate early, rather than right at the bottom. Maybe about there. Then we move this in by a block. It's not bad. Maybe making it 3 or 4 meter slopes though would be better. But well, it would look better, but it'd be worse for hull shaping. By worse, I mean more difficult. If I'm gonna do that, I may as well just like round out the bottom. Like that. Which actually isn't half bad, but actually, no, yeah, why not? Let's do it. Why not? The extra empty space will let me put the torpedoes here instead. At least the large torps. That'll be a bit less effort for me there, which will make me happy. While the mediums can go on this level here. The medium torps and the torpedo interceptors. And then here, the belt, probably going up to there is a good idea. Although, maybe we could have multiple quarterdecks even. That would be something. You know what? Let's do it. Oh, the follower goal. That reminds me. Thank you for reminding me. Where is that? Hang on. I forget where that stuff is. Hang on, give me a moment. Where is it? Is it in home? Or... I do not know where it is. Oh, no, it's right there. Okay. Alright, well, that's the goal reached. Let's go for 80. 75, actually. That's a good number. Thank you for that, by the way. Did I forget to mirror? No, I did. Oh, hang on. There, okay. You know what? That's a good point. I'm gonna fix that. I can't edit it well. Damn. That's annoying. Bam, fixed. Much better. Alright, so here... oh, yeah, third portholes. Porthole deck. And that'll be good, I think. I think for the most part, we're just going to avoid putting portholes on this deck until, like, we're near or on this quarter deck. Then we, what is it? Yeah. I don't know about next time. Maybe after 380? Like 350? It's probably good. Like, going to 420, like, right after that is... it's a bit of a jump. Oops. Okay, yeah. Alright, I don't know what to name this thing. I'd like to give it a name before I save it. Let me, not actually sure. Bob Bob the Destroyer. His name is Bob. That's good. That's pretty tempting. It's also tempting to keep the theme I've been going with up until now. I remember you. Maybe I'll just call it like Y or something, like this fortress here, as like a temporary thing. Um, true, true. Maybe hmm. Hmm. Ooh, that's actually okay. That's a name a few well, some people probably aren't going to know how to pronounce, but it is one of the names ever. I think it kind of fits, honestly. Alright, well, there's our name. We now have the name of this absolute monstrosity. Let me make the folder real quick. There we go. Folder's there. God. Can't believe I'm actually doing this. Can't believe it. Look at this damn thing. Huge. The chunkoid of all time. Honestly, I think I might just end the stream here, because I'm kinda... did so much work on this, that I'm not really sure if I can do anything else on this. Or maybe not, maybe I'll keep going for a little bit longer. We... Alright, that looks good, I think. Yeah, like I've already said, like, I think probably 4 or 5 times today, and at least twice yesterday, during yesterday's stream, I would not expect this thing to be completed, for, like, not even by the end of the year. Hell, I'd say probably not even by next summer. Well, maybe, actually. It's doable. It'll take a while, but it's doable, but it's just so large that I'm just unsure if I can, you know? I'd even go as far as to call it too large. Very funny. 15. Yeah, okay, 24-meter freeboard. And 30-meter draft? Yes. 24. Right here. 7, 8, 9, 10. 30 and 31. And okay, good. I did. They are in the right spot. So there's a pretty good chance that this remains my largest ship. For at least a few years after its completion. Unless I've, for whatever godforsaken reason, gone even larger before I even complete it. Not happening. God, I even said previously that I probably wasn't going to build any bigger than the VM, and here I am doing just that. I lied. Only to myself, though. I'm pretty sure many people already knew that it was a lie. This thing is VM. The VM is 780 meters long, and let me pull it up here. 780 meters long, 87 meters wide, and 416,000 blocks. The previous before that was the Olympus Mons at 598 meters long and 67 meters wide, and is 240.6 thousand blocks. This thing is probably going to break the 800,000 block mark. I would not be surprised. Not in the slightest. It's at least going to break the 600,000 mark. Minimum. Probably. Most likely, yes. It is not going to like this at all. It is going to hate me after this. It is not going to be very happy. If I ever get a if I ever manage to upgrade this thing, this machine to a like the latest shit, like I'm talking 4090, probably the best CPU money can buy at this moment. I might actually be able to go the full 1600 meters, full mile. If not 2000, but probably not. 1800 most at most. Then again, I don't even know what I'd do for like the main turrets on something that large. Like I have these, but how would I go even larger than this? The answer is I don't. This is it. The end of the line. For for now. For real though, this is probably the end of the line. In terms of like larger and larger ships. I mean, it's not like the turret size is the limit here. It's just like I like using the layout I've been doing. A, B, like 2 at the bow, 2 in the middle, 3 astern. Super wide and long. I suppose it could work. But I'm not sure about that. I think it, I don't know. I don't think something like that would fit my style of ships, honestly. Also, I'm going to state this beforehand. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to do rigging for this, because the VM was too large to do rigging. Largest on the workshop? Probably not, honestly. Roma has that beat. Pretty sure, she's made a ship, I believe it was 1600? The Vanguard of Unyielding Prosperity class Titan. If I recall correctly, the latest version has 950,000 blocks and is roughly 1,610 meters long. In other words, exactly 1 mile. This is only 1,200. So it's not going to be the largest in the workshop, but it will be one of the contenders for second place. Actually, no, third place. Forgot the paper machete, or no, the paper machete. Paper mache. That's how it's pronounced. Paper mache. I haven't said that word in years. That thing is over 2 kilometers long. It is the largest ship on the workshop. So this might be a contender for third place, but definitely not first or second. Of course, I could be remembering wrong, and the that Titan is only 1,200, but pretty sure that's just the version I have at the moment. I don't have the version off the workshop. I have an older one. Oh, of ships that work? No, yeah, still third place. Assuming Roma doesn't have something that also has third place and fourth, which I would not be surprised. But it might be the most but it might be the largest that's like highly detailed. Because I'm gonna like probably hold this to the same standards that I did the VM, which is like railings, portholes, like stairs in the superstructure, doors, all that stuff. It's pretty likely that I hold it to those same standards. Because that's just how I am. I have to do it like that. Oh, this has no engine power. Power draw per frame. Over 100. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I don't even have power for that. Oh well. I'm willing to bet I might get as far as the turret wells, the citadel, and the belt armor, and the hull. Maybe parts of the superstructure. I don't know if I'll be able to go much farther than that. By then, it will probably have exceeded the 200,000 block mark. It would not be. It would be very surprising to me if it didn't. How tall is my heavy cruiser compared to this thing? Sorry, I've gotten to the point where I don't know if I can be productive for the rest of the stream, so we're just gonna procrastinate, I guess? I don't know. The hull is taller than the entire heavy cruiser. Goddamn. It's a big boy. Lift it up. Can't get it to waterline, but I'm sure you guys get the point. Why is it? No, shh, no, stop. Do not spin. Stay still. Sit. Good cruiser. Okay. Yeah, so the hull is stupidly tall. Let's see. The VM's hull was how tall? Actually, no, let's go with the Olympus Mons first. The Olympus Mons hull was, or I guess is, 33 meters tall. The VM's hull is 36? 36 meters tall. This thing is jumping all the way up to 54. Wait. Ah, okay, so then I was wrong earlier. This thing's as tall as a 22-story building, not 21. I don't actually know any 21 or 22 story buildings off the top of my head, so I don't have anything I can compare it to, but I'm sure there are several thousand in the world somewhere. Or everywhere, I guess. Something like that. God, how hot is it? It's 82 degrees? Jeez. No wonder it's so hot in here. Oh, thunder warning. Oh boy. Alright, anyway. God, holy shit. Just so we're all aware, I do have the option of not using these at all, but instead just spamming a bunch of these turrets on this instead. Because they're, like, this ship is so large that I could have them wing mounted here on the sides. That's ridiculous. And scary. That's scary. I'm just gonna real quick here. Shit. Did not mean to have that on. Had my auto clicker on. Oops. Didn't mean for that to happen. There we go, now it's generating enough power. Probably should have just built a large one instead, but oh well. But yeah. Ship is very big. And for the umpteenth time, I do not know if I'll be able to actually finish it on this machine. Oh, right, yeah, that's what I needed. Colors. Let's get this. I think that's it. Yep, should be it. Alright. And I've got all the colors, I can remove it. Maybe I'll leave it there as just for a size comparison. So this ship, 6 times longer than this. That cruiser looks like a goddamn like patrol boat next to it. Keep in mind, this is a relatively large heavy cruiser, realistically speaking. Like, this is actually quite large of a vessel. This is what, like about the average human height? Then there's that thing. It would take you about, what is it, like 50 seconds? No, like, what is it? It would take you like 93 seconds for you to cross this. No, wait, that doesn't sound right. Is it? Yeah, no, it might be. It would take you 192 seconds to get from one side of the ship to the other, at the average walking speed. Running, 26.6 seconds. So, like, it takes you half a minute to get from one side of the ship to the other. From one end of the ship to the other, it's obviously much longer. But you can do a, what is it, like a 100-meter dash along just the width of the ship. Alright, I think I have emphasized its size enough. I think it's finally time to cut the stream off here. I don't think we're going to be able to do much more, if anything else, today on this. So, yeah, is that it? I think that's it, yeah. Alright. Damn, I forgot my usual outro. Oh, no, there it is. Alright. It's time to end the stream.